All right. And we are live. Let me see if... Okay, I'm hearing my own voice, which means... There we go. That should be all set now. Right, let me make sure chat windows are good to go. Oh, yes. And YouTube chat should now actually show up on the overlay. Theoretically, possibly. I'm not actually seeing that show up. Dang it. Hello. I can tell that the overlay isn't working because we are seeing people in YouTube chat and I don't see it on the overlay. RIP. And here I was thinking that I would actually have both chats on the overlay today. Alright. Well, I guess right to it then. Should have opened. Well, my editor has to work first before we can see that. And we also need to finish the build system refactors, since technically that isn't a part of programming. Well, I mean, it's a very large part of programming, but one that isn't technically the skill of programming. It's just tangential. Are you building it in C++ or Rust? Right now, we are building in C++. Though I have built other projects in Rust, and I am a big fan of the language, so I'm actually going to Rustify this project slightly, and more so as it goes on to into the future. In fact, if you look at the BraneScript project, which is also in C++, you'll see that I'm using a lot of like standard variants and option types there. So Rust has infected my brain, for sure. Now, if I remember correctly, the exact problem that we left off on last stream was that I was trying to get, yes. So when we compile shaders, you can set a includer, so a class that register. What are you doing? Good now? Okay. You can set an includer, and the job of the includer is to find other files for this shader compiler to grab from. And I wasn't doing anything too fancy with this, so I was using a default one from GLSLC. The problem with GLSLC is that it's not directly exposed by anything we can access with VC package. So we're basically going to have to implement our own here real fast, and it shouldn't be too complicated. We just have to figure out how the interface works. Do I have a plan on how in-game programming would look? I'm guessing you're talking about like once I do make a VR native editor. The idea is for it to work somewhat similar to Resomat in that it would be a three-dimensional node graph. I have a lot of ideas with blurring the line between node graph and text representation of languages though. So we could do some interesting stuff, or experiment with some interesting stuff, like when you get down to a certain node, you'd be able to open the text version of that node, directly edit it. Because one of the reasons I learned Vim was actually because I thought, like, hey, if I'm in a headset, I really don't like using mice in headsets. There's just like there's a little bit of a disconnect between you and reality, even though, like, right now I can see my environment. Like, this has passed through. I can see my keyboard and mouse, but, like, your peripheral vision gets cut off, so when I'm looking forward, I can't see where my mouse is. And, of course, I can remember where it is, but it just makes it a little bit more... There's more friction there. So, and then in a VR environment, it makes even less sense to have a mouse, which works, you know, on a two-dimensional plane, but a keyboard still makes sense as a form of text input. So there's just a lot of things I want to mess around with, but for the moment, no direct implementation plans. So right now I'm just like spitballing basically sci-fi that won't exist until we actually do something. So this is the interface that we need to implement here. So we have this shader C include result. So that's another thing we need to look at. There's just the source name length, the content and content length. So it wants us to read the file for us, or for them. And then some miscellaneous user data, which I'm guessing you can just set to void. Go for it. We'll definitely learn something. And hello to Twitch chat as well. Then release include. Okay, so this just has us deleting the code from there. And I'm guessing that's for like our user data if we implement anything on there, and then just a destructor. All right. I think this will be pretty easy to implement. My brain isn't fully on today, so you have to bear with me. Right now, we are working on the build system. So we'll call this the shader includer, and this will inherit from shader C compile options includer interface. So then again, this isn't where we define this, because I am working in C++, not any other language. We actually need to throw this here, including the functions. So honestly, all of this should have gone in the header file. So we'll just make these actually override goes on the other side. Honestly, we could keep this as default. Can we just say override equals default? The name the include. Ah, okay. That's not what we wanted to do. Then, is override still valid there? It looks like it is. Which means all that's left now is to implement these. Specifically, these two. Oh. And let's see, includes. Oh, so is this available in the default namespace? Looks like it is. I guess since it looks like it's a C thing. I can't remember if I still do override, but we do want to do shader includer. Like so. Override specifier is. Okay. I need to set up some sort of macro to automatically create out-of-line definitions for functions, but we'll live with this for now. We'll just have it return null. And okay, it does want us to return a pointer, which means here is where you would have to do all the cleanup and then delete the original pointer. Yep. It makes a very nice second virtual second monitor for when you want to stream but still have a private monitor to work with. It's also very nice because I can put like chat windows just floating in the air right next to it too. Very nice. Hello, hello. Sorry to disappoint, but this isn't currently Linux. At least not for the moment. But I did dev on Linux for a fair amount of time. Arch Linux, by the way. So I probably still can somewhat claim to be Linux. But probably not fully. Not too much. Linux is very nice from like a development perspective, because everything I'm doing right now is package management stuff, and on Linux I would have to do significantly less of that. But oh, we want to make a cross-platform thing that works for the vast majority of people who are all on Windows, and VR is basically non-existent on Linux, so of course we have to get it working on Windows. But I wish I could just code on Linux, because it's a lot easier. Let's see, so we're gonna do shader, let's see, include, I'm accidentally clicking a lot. That is the annoying part of using a headset that is trying to hand track you constantly. But if a player can just walk between worlds, how would you choose which world to walk between? So The scenario where you're walking between worlds is when the creators of those worlds have manually set up a link between them. So they're saying, I want there to be a gateway from my world to this other world. It's not necessarily a player choice thing. What I'm guessing you're asking is, how would you navigate from world to world? And I haven't fully decided on all of the different methods. Initially, there's probably going to be your default, like, teleport with a menu, of course, where you click, I want to go to this world, click, and then you just pop out of existence and pop into the new one. Of course, eventually I want to do something like the subway system that I talked about in the video, where it's like this persistent, not necessarily persistent, but this in-between transition world, where if worlds wanted to be part of that system, you would like walk into the train station that the world creator had put into that world. You'd get on the train, it would take you to whatever other world that is also connected to it. Could also do a portal system. Another idea that was brought up is like a TARDIS type system, which would be very cool, and it has been a childhood dream of mine to make a TARDIS, so that would actually be another cool thing. But with the technology that I'm trying to build for this engine, all of those would be possible. The hardest thing to figure out is for both portals and a TARDIS type system, and possibly even the subway type system. So you could make a portal themed world or game and make a portal elevator as a train. Yes, you could. But the main thing that we need to figure out is how to make portal style portals, and I mean Portal the game, where two like chunks of a world could essentially be overlapping, but you don't see like the overlapping bits until you go through the portal. So there'd have to be some sort of like reality layers system that I haven't figured out quite how that would work, because you have to get it to work on the rendering side, which isn't too there's several ways to solve that. The thing I'm most worried about with that would be like getting a physics system to work nice with that. And there's lots of interesting things that would go into that. Yeah, like 2 different brain world chunks. Highlighting is messing me up here. Why aren't we highlighting the new keyword? That's so weird. Then again, I haven't been coding in C++ in Vim for too long. My JetBrains license right now. Okay, so at the moment, how do I say that the result is not found? I'm guessing we should just be able to return null pointer. For now, and we'll just say to do actually implement this after build refactor. And actually, let's throw in an assert there too. So I actually do remember to do that. Well, you see, we're implementing an interface here, so I can't actually change the return type. Since this is technically behind the scenes, this is even a C interface. It's not even a C++ interface. Then here, when we do, yeah, here, I'm gonna throw in a assert false and also implement after build. Ah, I didn't click there. Stop it. Also implement after build refactor. Would you know maybe why an emulator wouldn't download and almost run in Wine, but not quite render the game? I would have no clue. I've messed around a little bit with getting games to run on Linux, but not too much. Oh joy, did my internet just crap out? Okay, no, it's saying that we're not dropping frames. Okay, that might have been just a headset side thing. Freaked out a little bit there. So what's your opinion on the fact Windows Mixed Reality doesn't like working with Linux anyway? There's compatibility layers that allow it. The controllers don't work at all unless you own a Vive. I mean, it's a Windows Mixed Reality headset, so they don't necessarily need to get it to work on Linux since they're specifically making a headset that works, you know, on Windows. And they're not even supporting it on Windows anymore. So I just, like, straight up wouldn't ever expect that to work. And in here, actually here. So there's one extra directory I need to do here, or one extra thing I need to do here, which is I can't spell right now. Now, do I want to do file system path here? Yeah, let's actually use file system. Use the correct data type. Then we're also going to add a I'm gonna add a search directory. And let's just throw this over here. Interesting. It is not liking that for some reason. Oh, wait a second. I know why. I know why. It's because I haven't written that file. Anyways, moving on, because I know that I defined that correctly. Vim is just too scary looking. Valid. It does take a lot of time to get up and running with it. That's like the main reason I would say don't use Vim, is just because of how long it takes to manually set it up and how much stuff you have to remember. And it's, unless you manually put a feature into it, you just don't have features. All right, so we're just gonna do search. There's push back. There we go. And the reason why I want to have that implemented is because here, when we pass in a file finder, which we're going to change this to instead be a shader includer. Which will just have be a unique pointer from the beginning. Oh, I did not click there. Question about the project. Are you the only one working on this, or do you plan on getting a team as the project develops into its own? So at the moment, yes, I am the only dedicated developer. There are a couple people already that, after I released that video, have been helping out with various things here and there. But I am the only one, like, actually on the project. And yes, I would love to develop a team over time. Of course, the main problem with that is funding, as, like, I'm perfectly fine working for free for myself, but I am not fine at all with other people working for free for me in, like, a professional role. Like, I am morally okay with people taking time out of their day to, like, do here and there get pull requests, but I'm not comfortable being like, you are now an official employee, but I'm not paying you anything. No, it's like, if I have other people on the project, I need to be able to pay them. Right now, I'm not quite to the point where I can sustain myself with the project. So, after we get to that point, then yes, definitely we'll have other people on it as well. Let's see, can I do... This would be a static pointer cast, I believe. Why does one file have a different style than the other? That is a good question. It should always be brackets on new lines. I'm guessing it's something to do with my formatter settings? Yeah, it's to do with my formatter settings. I'll have to fix that. Over here, did I ever change the... I did not. What's on my keyboard? That's it. Hello. See, then I assume that it will probably be at least a year or two before this is even a usable project. Yes. Very much so still in the early projects. Do you plan on making this cross-platform, so even those Google Cardboard of all things? No. This will not have Google Cardboard support. Though I would like to have Android XR support if they have controllers. Can you make a Brane headset? Not at the moment. Hardware is significantly harder than software, and we're just trying to get software working right now. How powerful are you planning on making BraneScript scripting tools for developers? I understand you're allowing more than just shader coding, but how far does that really go? Ideally, I want it to be on par with, like, Unity scripting. It'll definitely have, like, limitations for security and various other things, but the idea is that it would be BraneEngine would be a full game engine, but with the paradigm shift of your streaming content instead of having actually built executables. That's kind of the way that I imagine the entire project working. Alright, so this is still complaining about this includer, shader includer. Oh, that's weird. My right all didn't do its job. From what I know, you're using OpenXR, and does that support everything anyways? Or are you using some different libraries? So OpenXR, like, from the base level, should support everything. But it is a matter of, like, then after that you have to actually be able to build the device and its architecture, and also support its interaction methods, etc., etc. So there wouldn't be anything technically stopping, like, a Google Cardboard version of this, at least from the technical side of things, but it would be more work than just flat out clicking the Build to Google Cardboard button. And at the moment, Google Cardboard's support is not very high on my list of priorities. I think that should do the trick, right? Okay. It's not finding that anymore. You meant more like oh. No. I do have plans to support Android, yes. Because, like, I want to have Quest support, right? While I do want stuff built on top of BraneEngine to be able to take advantage of the full power of PC VR, I do want it to be also accessible for the vast majority of the VR audience, which is currently Quest. Set includer. Oh, unique pointer includer interface. What? Okay, so that's in the same. Oh, so this is under the options namespace. Got it. I keep forgetting about that. Shader C compiler options. Did I spell that? It's compile options. Imagine. This is how you cast. Oh, it's shared point. There's going to be support for updating the map, like breaking something in Minecraft. Not at the engine level. It is theoretically something that people would be able to code into their worlds, but not at the base engine level. To be fair, barely anything supports Cardboard. Not even Google Earth supports it anymore. Yeah, Google products be like... Okay, so this needs a unique pointer to include... Okay. Time to break out the Google search. How to cast unique. Because in the past, I haven't done... Was it supposed to be dynamic point? Isn't that what I was using? Related to shared ownership of the contained data. Oh, you can just regular static cast this? That is significantly easier. Indeed, why would I want any ads? Ever. Sorry if I missed this, but how likely is it that you can make VR experiences accessible on browsers? At the moment, I don't have any plans to make this accessible on browsers. There was a brief period of time where I was thinking maybe I would have a WebXR executable. The problem with that was I couldn't figure out a good way to get scripting to work the way that I want it to in a WASM runtime. There's several proposals that are being worked on right now that would possibly make it possible. But the problems, I just couldn't get it to work. So I've gone back to just a native executable. To get the raw non-owning pointer, cast it, and then let the raw pointer go out of scope, and let the remaining unique pointer base control. Oh, that's what they're saying. Oh. That's what they're saying. Didn't read, I just looked at the code. So I believe release gives us the underlying pointer type. Or, actually no, that wouldn't work either. Dang it. Is there any particular reason you're not making the console window bigger? So I can just click from window to window, is the main reason. Alright, see you around. Thank you for stopping by though. So we'll release this right into a shared pointer of shader, C compiler. I wasn't looking at that. Compile options. Just learn Alt-Tab for, no. We don't learn Alt-Tab, we learn multiple monitors. Includer interface. Why did they set this to be a unique pointer of all things? Can't they have just let me pass in? What's this complaining about? No matching convert functions. Shader includer pointer to shared pointer. Do I just have to like static cast this to this type? I really have to repeat this type? I do. This is how we code. Oh, I made it a shared pointer. Why did I do that? There we go. Now it's not complaining. Now, how do you plan on using Steam? Now hang on. Do you plan on using SteamVR, or do you plan on using a direct OpenXR interface like how Beat Saber does, where it bypasses the SteamVR on most computers? I do plan on directly supporting just only OpenXR, and then, because SteamVR is an OpenXR interface, so the idea is just cut down on as much variance in the pipeline as possible. and also reduce work since it is an open source project. All right. This is still calling a private destructor. What? Private destructor. How? This is not private. Calling a private destructor class. Oh, it is a class. My bad. I kept thinking it was a struct for some reason. This is a class, and all of those are okay. So yeah, we can just pop that right there. Follow the pattern. So basically, nothing bypasses anything. In Beat Saber, the Steam UI is completely disabled. That hasn't been my experience with Beat Saber, but just overriding the Steam UI. Okay, so we have that and that, which means I no longer need all of these files here. Which are just my feeble attempts at getting it to still work. So we don't need to hash that anymore. And here on extract attributes, we need to set this to use the shader includer there as well. Might be a Windows mixed reality bug, yeah. Actually, what might be happening there is the actual like Windows/Windows home environment. I believe that is also an OpenXR runtime. So what's happening is Beat Saber's OpenXR. I usually use Steam headsets when I'm using SteamVR, like the Index. So when I play Beat Saber, it's like Beat Saber connects to the Steam OpenXR runtime. So there's still like the Steam layer there between the two. So like I would still have UI. But if you're on a Windows mixed reality headset, the Windows mixed reality runtime, which would have been connecting to the Steam runtime, which I was thinking would then connect to Beat Saber. It is instead Windows mixed reality runtime directly to Beat Saber. So SteamVR isn't even running in that instance. So, not even a SteamVR bug, that's just the intended behavior. It's not going to make that pop-up go away. Compile this with the auto deleted constructor. What are you doing? Oh, it's talking about the copy constructor. Do we use the includer at any point after this point? I don't believe we do. So I should be able to just say yeah. Then no matching constructor for initialization of the compiler. Oh joy. Can't read these brackets at all. How do you code like this? Because I code in many, many different coding languages. That's the only answer I can give, is that I just have coded in every language under the sun. Grammar is invisible now. Oh, is my chat not scrolling on the headset? It wasn't. So this is in so early stages, you haven't even gotten proper installation working for non-programmers for the game engine to begin making worlds. Yeah. It is, like, so early we don't even have scripting working. The client doesn't even have XR support for the VR engine. So there's our IR there, which is what we want. This BRV to work. uint32, uint32. What? Well, like, I am giving you the SPRV right here. What do you mean no matching constructor? You're also making a VR engine that also doesn't have VR support. Let's go. Is there going to be a physics engine? If so, would it be turned on by default? So, yes, I am planning on adding in Jolt physics. The same one that is currently, Godot is also making be their main physics engine. But I do not plan to have it turned on by default, at least for avatars. I think that's what you're asking, is like, does everything have to work with physics? And I'm not planning on forcing everything to be physics. I'm learning Rust to build a Rust version of a VR3JS audio VR experience. I'm thinking that if I can successfully change it over, I'd like to try my hand at building something similar, if you're okay with it. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, it's all open source. So even if, like, I didn't want you to, I literally don't have any right to tell you not to. So go right ahead. Now, I don't understand why this is bugging out at all. Because this SPRV is uint32_t. And we go to compile, there is this explicit compiler constructor, which is a standard vector unsigned integer 32_t. The exact same type. Is this like... Yeah, so this is unsigned int. And then this over here, uint32t, is also an unsigned int. This looks like the exact same header file. Woo! So wait, so question, what are the intended minimum specs once the project is stable and able to open VR mode? I haven't settled on exact specifications, but the ideal right now is... This is like a 4-year-old laptop that I have as like my mobile workstation. It can barely run even like VR chat lobbies with 80 people in them anymore. But ideally, I'd like to get it comfortably running on something like this. That's not a like super solid answer, but I think it's a Ryzen 5 of some generation. And a NVIDIA 1650, GTX 1650? Something like that. Come on, Vision Pro. I want to be able to see the chat. There we go. So your GTX 980 should be able to run this. As like minimum specs. Maybe. Possibly. I am a fan of... Doesn't show very well on this green screen. Dang it. Anyway, it's a crappy old laptop. But yeah, theoretically, the GTX 980. I'm not going to make any promises because I don't know, but ideally, yes. The, like, base engine, as long as people are optimizing stuff, it should work anywhere, because I am a fan of the idea of making stuff optimized, and that sounds like a fun challenge. And I've been staring at this same bug for too long. Like, this has to be something like using different header files. Yes, I think everybody is a big fan of FPS. I would agree. Isn't it dependent on the programmer's skill? In a sense, yes, but it's also dependent on how well I make the engine, which is aided by the multi-threading. Yes, very much aided by the multi-threading. If your old computer you're trying to run it on has the ability to multi-thread stuff. Which, to be fair, a lot of them are at least quad-core. In this case, it depends on the programmer and world devs. In a lot of cases, probably yes, as long as I give them a good foundation to work on top of. I'm gonna move on and just move forward with the idea that this is a phantom error doesn't actually exist for now. And try to build. Yes, I am using an Apple Vision Pro as my monitor. So I have like one drawing tablet down here that has like OBS and all my streamer stuff on it, which is an actual monitor. And then right here, right where the camera is, which is how I'm looking directly into the camera when I'm coding, is the actual screen I'm looking at. And then over here, I have a window that is YouTube chat, and over here, I have a window that is Twitch chat. Default Finder is not a member of Shader Compiler. Ah. I'm not finding Default Finder. Oh, had this just not been written? RIP. Oh wait, no, that is complaining about other files trying to use this. That's what's going on. Default Finder, shader, editor, shader asset. Yes, that's where we need to go. Don't have a default finder anymore, so instead we would do shader include I think that works. I know that I likely might try using it once it's stable, and I've got good hardware for it, but my limiter is I hope my avatar is easy to port. I hope so as well. I haven't fully figured out how the avatar system is going to work yet. But hopefully we can get something that works well and easy for that. Oh, hey, Fua. How's it going? I said that weird. I was not expecting to see you here. Via in Twitch chat, let's go! Alright, I want to jump now, so my main concern is that I'll learn a workflow that I can keep for a long time. Hopefully we don't mess up the workflow too much, but at least in the early stages it is probably going to jump around a fair bit. Sub-goal met. Oh yeah, it was. Thank you for that as well. Alright, enough of me like randomly moving my cursor around. I think that is actually fixed now. I think there is one more bug here that is, yeah. So that's the same exact thing as before. I'm like forgetting how to code now that I'm on the spot. But let's throw that in there. Someone else has got to start gifting so you can get to the Twitch payout minimum. I mean, I'm very slowly getting there, very, very slowly. But I've like made $30 from Twitch. Like it's pretty good. Well, I guess technically haven't made because it actually hasn't gotten to the minimum payout, but I haven't made nothing. Actually, no, I have not made any. Yeah, doesn't matter, doesn't matter. What directory? This dir. Unity is a turd to work with, but I hope porting my avatar over to your engine isn't a turd either. That is the goal. Okay, I'm sure that there are worse engines than Unity. However, Unity is very hateable. Okay, why am I missing directory now? Add search dir. Wait, am I missing the default directory? Because this has... Ah, here it is. Right, it's adding the location of the request to the search directories. I feel like the search should automatically have that, because I have an argument for... There's an argument for that. I genuinely rather Blender game engine than... Oh wow, that is a hot take. Indeed, can confirm. Fia is goated. Aw, dang it. I guess for now we can just yoink this. And actually, don't have to redefine it. We can just say includer. Because since it is a unique pointer, we do have to do the move semantics. Yes, Blender used to have a game engine, and it existed. You should make a converter util tool to convert VRC avatars to BraneEngine avatars. I have heavily considered that. It sounds like such an interesting challenge to do that. I don't want to promise anything. However, I could be convinced to do that at some point in the future. And I feel like it would take up months of my time and I would get nothing else useful in that time done. But it would be fun. It would be fun though. It could be fun. And with that, I think, well actually let me. Alright, I'm not seeing any more error diagnostics in this file. So we should be able to try to build here. And see what happens. Or just add support for Vim. VRM. I read that as Vim. My brain is rotten. Or add support for VRM. Is that like the universal avatar porting thing? Or is that like VRM as in like Vroid models? It would be fun to watch you suffer implementing it. Okay, but I wouldn't suffer. It would be fun. VRM Vroid. Okay. Could ask Lun for advice on that. Because he has some history with porting VRM avatars over. Cannot open include file. Include. Oh, did I? So this is in shader compiler CPP. Did I not remove that? I guess I didn't. So we need to go to the... We need to escape that window first. And then... Yep, there it is. Boom. Alright, you're a masochist. I'm not going to confirm or deny that. When it comes to coding, yes. My brain rotten, says the dude making a whole VR metaverse. Okay, the coding part is completely intact. Everything else has, you know, been neglected. A fair bit. I can code, and that's about it. I can also talk good. I'm good at being likable, but aside from that, yeah, we're cooked. Or rather, I am cooked. There's not much you could do for Unity to Brane avatar. How would you even begin with code? Physics joints sounds like a nightmare. So I just make my own physics joint system, and then when it converts the avatar, it just uses my physics joint system instead of the VR chat version. Because with the way BraneEngine works, I could literally make the VR chat ported physics joint system, and then it would only be put on those avatars instead of being like a core part of the engine. Why do you use Vim and not something universal like Visual Studio Code? Genuinely. The genuine... Ooh, the build worked. That's actually a pretty big moment. The build worked. Woo! But to answer why I'm using Vim, it's mostly to look cool. I'm gonna be completely honest. I've been like a JetBrains user for multiple years, but then my license ran out, and I had been like coasting off of the student license. And I decided, hey, I should probably stop doing dubiously legal things. So my options are go back to Visual Studio, or do something like Vim. And I've been like on the edge of setting up a Vim config for a while. So I'm like, you know what? Why not? It would look cool. And since this is a C++ project, it's pretty editor agnostic. So what I choose as my editor doesn't really affect other people too much, except for the fact that I am throwing in these .vs Code launch tasks in here. So technically, I'm making it easier on specifically and only VS Code users, because they can just yoink my launch configs. So like, if you want to see the build commands that will probably work, they're all in this file. So whenever you see me pop up this menu, that's running the things from this file here. Yeah, Brains is so great. So many warnings. So those warnings are from PDB files, missing PDB files, and that is something that we're going to fix next. After I stop yapping and actually... So I don't want to fix the debug, my debug configuration yet, because these are copied pasted from the BraneScript project. So I don't actually like, if I opened up my actual debug system here, I wouldn't be able to debug it. It would try to run BraneScript, which doesn't exist in this project. So we're just going to go directly to the executable here and see if it opens. And we are also going to just boop, because that isn't set up. We need the logo there, and we get an assertion immediately. Let's go. And it opened up on my other monitor, which means that I do actually need to set this up to be able to debug it. Dang it. Or do I want to, instead of actually figuring out why this is crashing, do I want to instead finish the refactor, make an install script, and then figure out why it's not running? That way I don't have to redo my launch JSON multiple times. I could do that instead. I think I'm going to do that instead. If I press retry, does it figure stuff out? No, it just crashes. Don't know why anyone would pay for JetBrains. So the reason I was using JetBrains is because I wanted to learn an editor that worked on both Windows and Linux, because at the time I was very much dual booting. Why is your Explorer in light mode? Is there a dark mode for Explorer? This is news to me. Is there a dark mode? There's a dark mode? Where? Oh, it's in Windows settings. Okay. Then go to system. No, we're not deleting system 32. I mean, oh, so I have my Windows mode to dark, but not the app mode. So if I throw that onto, oh, that's a dark mode file explorer. How have I ever lived without this? That's amazing. You're right, I was fooling you. You actually need to delete your system path. Okay, that's a little bit more believable. However, I think I will stick with no. There's a free version for JetBrains, isn't there? I know IntelliJ there is. Not for their... Why is this stuck in insert mode? Oh, it's not stuck in insert mode. That was weird. There's not free versions of the editors that I was using. At least, like CLion and Rustrover and all of that. Here's a free version for buying Java, but everything else is paid. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right. So on with the refactor, and then we refactor the actual CMake commands in like launch.json, because like this needs a path to a program, and the problem is I need to like manually move the executable for it to work. Let's see, is the installer going to need admin? That is a good question that I don't know yet. As long as I'm not setting any register or path variables, I don't think I need to set it to be admin. Programming language segregation. I think they're thinking of making Rustrover free. That'd be good. Rustrover is a decent editor. Alright, on to our libraries folder. What crap do we still have in here? So, judging by the fact that JSON CPP is not included here, I should just be able to get away with deleting that. Hello, where did my files go? I'm unsure which gulp you are referring to. I am perfectly confident. I say as I conveniently stutter benignly. See what you guys are pinging me in the Discord about. It's about the Google thing out of satire. Yes, I know. Alright. What are we doing here? Right. We're figuring out why NVim tree is bugging. Or not. So, the question is, if JSON CPP isn't included in anything, how am I still using JSON CPP if I'm not seeing it anywhere? Do I have like it embedded as a raw binary somewhere? No. Actually, I have GLFW. I think I have GLFW as, yeah. So let's just add SSL in as well to the VC package. So we probably want OpenSSL and libcrypto as well. Very dangerous search. I think this might be a part of OpenSSL though. See what its dependencies are. VC. No? Okay. It's bugging because it's Vim. It's not a bug, it's a feature. True though. do I have OpenSSL in here? Oh, that's the include for it. Crypto, or libcrypto. What is this? Crypto++ is a free C++ class library of cryptographic schemes. This is maybe what I need. I'm unsure why I had crypto in the first place. This isn't cryptocurrencies, by the way. This is cryptography for SSL stuff. But yeah, if we include OpenSSL, it should be good. Why would you need cryptographic keys? So this is to get stuff like HTTPS and various stuff like that working. So it can actually encrypt like TCP connections and whatnot. And then in the future, when we're doing stuff like DID identities, then we'll also need to be able to interact with keys. And additionally, I think I use some of the stuff from OpenSSL to salt and hash people's passwords. So it's just a useful cryptography libraries are very useful to have for many reasons. Oh dang, when I was updating stuff on the Twitch channel, I forgot to upgrade the update the Discord link. Let me actually do that now so that this don't mind me, I'm trying to figure out how to update those links. Twitch is not very consistent with the places to do things like that. Alright, if we head over to here, settings, channel, here it is. Social links, let's do engine, Discord, throw that in there. Alright, there's now an engine Discord link. As well as like the WireWiz Discord channel that is separate from the engine Discord. The engine Discord is the preferred one nowadays. This is why I like Java. You don't need a dependency for every little thing you want to do. So you just don't have to worry about the dependencies, but it does actually have dependencies. And then Rust is really nice because they just give you a built-in package manager. The nicest part about Rust is how you can import almost any library, and then it just magically works because of how that language and its community is. Alright, so here underneath, where do I want to throw this? We'll throw it at the beginning. So we have the OpenSSL here, and I'm going to try to get away with not importing like libcrypto and libSSL and all that stuff. Then on the Windows side of things, okay, that's already commented out. Not cheering your own channel. I'm not trying to cheer my own channel. Is the installer almost done? No. We are still working on refactoring the build system so that we can start working on the installer. We are several steps away. But you know, we gotta put the interesting thing in the stream title. Then we want to go to, where would I even be importing the SSL stuff in? I guess some in editor, some in asset server, just all over the place, to be honest. Yes, I know that you didn't find the pattern. Okay. So I guess maybe in assets. Nope. I mean, I guess we could just configure. Is this will tell us if it can't find stuff. Actually, I don't know that it will. Actually, I add targets, so it should complain about not finding targets. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. So I guess we just have to wait for this to build before we see anything. Also, can you code in the editor yet? No, so when I say that we don't have scripting yet, that's what we're talking about. You stumble on the name WireWiz. Anyway, so originally, like when I was 14 or whatever, I made a website where I intended to make like hardware tutorials. So stuff like just how do transistors and resistors and all of the istors work and how to make them in circuit boards. And eventually I like got a lot more into software, and I kind of kept the branding. So the reason why it's like Wiz instead of like with H-I-Z instead of W-I-Z, like wizard, which it is like WireWiz as in like Wire Wizard, but it's spelled W-H-I-Z because I thought the 4 letters in 4 letters looked better. And I've gone under the name WireWiz for long enough that like it's set in stone. WireWiz.com has sealed my fate. Thoughts on the slang shading language? I haven't used it too much, so I can't say that I have any thoughts on it whatsoever. Dang it, we don't have any errors. We can't do anything if there are no errors. What am I supposed to do with no errors? Can I get it to search? Is there a way for me to search only the CMake lists? And I guess we just have to do maybe Windows. I have to do some sleuthing. Dang it, we have no errors. No, actually, like, not having errors has been, like, one of the most annoying problems I've had in almost any project. Like, one of my main problems with one of the main networking libraries in Unity is like how bad their errors are. It's like, error, this thing is broken. What am I supposed to do with that? Give me an actual error. And like the other half of why I'm making my own coding language is so that I can have better error messages and an actual like debugger support. Because there are bugs in this, but it's not telling us that there are bugs, that they are there. JSON. Absurd. Let's see. What am I jumping around between? Right, we're trying to track down. Where I bet if I just... Can I just do like libSSL? No, I can't because I actually like manually link it. We need to find a way to make this not live grep build folders. Okay, so predictably, database CPP has need for OpenSSL for hashing. That might be the only place we use it, though. So if we go to where database CPP is and open up here, aha, there it is. So instead of SSL here, we should be able to do find package, and then let's see what the actual thing it wants looks like. I'm just gonna run that so it prints out like the things we can include. Somewhere in here we'll have OpenSSL right here. Oh, so this does have SSL and crypto. So we can just yoink this. And then we can say include. I'm still not quite sure what include directory is, but I should check what the include directory actually is. What am I looking at? My brain just completely wiped itself. Right, OpenSSL, SSL. And we might... Alright, see ya. Thank you for sticking around while you could. ADHD moment. Indeed, indeed. That might have been our only dependency on SSL, so let's try building. And if we're successful, we move forward. All right, we move forward with the idea that it's working. And it probably isn't. Which, now that we're not dependent on any of these raw binaries embedded in the project. 17 minutes away, but I am watching 2 times the speed. Well, there's your marker for when you get to where I saw that message. Hey, hey. This is very engaging build system refactors. I'm gonna put this as a required viewing for people when they, when I hire them. You must watch the entire live stream. Did I completely remove Robinhood from everything? I think I might. It's quite possible. In superposition of working and not working. Probably shouldn't touch it just in case it is working. Oh, but you see, like, other people are gonna try it out, and then it's going to not work, and they're going to be like, hey, why is your project not working? And I'm going to be like, quantum superposition, and they're going to be like, cool, see ya, and then say mean things about me. And I don't want them to do that. So we're going to hopefully make this working. So we want to keep a TFD. I wonder, does VC package have a TFD? Tiny file. They do! They have it! This makes me so happy. File dialogues. This makes me so happy. This justifies the entire migration. And while we're at it, we can just add in the rest of these too. So we have ASIO, of course, asynchronous input-output for our networking. Do I want to organize these at all? We can. Let's do GLM. I do have GLM. Wasn't expecting them not to, but it's always nice. We'll throw this next to GLSLA, which I don't think we need to actually have GLSLA. There. Question for all other programmers here. That is totally not what we're doing here, but like 3 years in. Just say it's a skill issue on their part? I mean, I could. But that's not very, project of the community of me. And then I think G-test, we can just G-test. And then, yeah, there's no way they want G-test. And eventually, I want to revisit and see if I can get, like, a faster JSON library, but that's a refactor for a different day. So we want a JSON CPP. And SQLite, which totally will be on here. And this is why we look it up. Oh, they have a C++ wrapper? That would have been amazing to know about. Before I made my own wrappers for that. We'll have to look at that when I also think about just write your own JSON lib. Aren't you a C++? Okay, unironically, I might write my own C++. I I might write my own JSON parser, but I have a good justification for it, and it's because I want to have a native version control integration in the editor. So like if there's a git merge conflict, you can solve it in the editor instead of having to like have you ever worked on a Unity project with git or any other version control and you have a merge conflict on like a prefab or a scene, and have you ever thought to yourself, why can't I just solve this in an editor, see like in the inspector like this property could be this or this, choose the version you want. And I want an editor that has simple. Unity is stupid. It is actually like a hard problem to solve, but I honestly think like if I told people like, hey, by the way, my engine has native source control merge support, I would instantly win over so many people just because of how annoying it is to work with merge conflicts in any other software, to the point where like the only way to deal with merge conflicts in Unity is to put everything in a prefab and then like communicate with your team, hey, don't touch this prefab. Shouldn't be a problem for the most used game engine. Yeah. Which is why my engine is obviously going to become the most used game engine after I implement this feature. Obviously. We don't need those. If it does complain about me removing Robinhood, then if it complains about me removing Robinhood, we can just add it back in. Makes you sleep at night. Sure, Tara said that. Oh, don't worry. I sleep better thinking that people aren't going to use the engine. It is very scary having other people look at your code. BraneEngine is better than Unity, and it's missing more than 90%. I mean, yeah. What am I using SQL for? Sorry, it took me a while to respond to that. Right now, SQL is what we're using on the server side of things for storing user details and also what assets are currently hosted on the server. So that's what's going on there. So we're going to boop, boop, and test forced shared CRT. That looks like something that I don't care about anymore. Thought you were peer-to-peer? No. So this engine is very much server authoritative. Where people will be able to host their own servers, but they are dedicated servers. I'm never really planning to embed any sort of server functionality into the client. The editor will have some debug server functionality, but never the client. I'm keeping everything pretty separate. Okay, so we have ASIO, GLM, GTest, JSON. Did I put SQLite in there yet? It has to have a 3, I think. Yes, SQLite 3. And then I bet in include there's something that I'm missing. So we have crypto, HTTP, lib. Is this like a header only HTTP library? it is a header only file. And it is on VC package. And this is why I'm not using Conan. So we're gonna put this right next to ASIO because that makes sense. CPP, HTTP, lib. Single file, and we're using version control for the single file. Let's go. Then what's this internal? SSL config? Okay, I'm not going to worry about that. It's probably part of OpenSSL. Like STB. Ah, I know VC package will have this. STB. No information on what this is whatsoever, but it's an image loading library. At least STB image. Let's check to make sure that they have STB image. Yep. Oh, and there's other things in here too. Like a true. Ooh, there's a true type loader in there. I might have to look through this more. I only knew about STB image. Let's add in STB image right next to tiny file dialogs. I think makes sense. And I believe that might be every single library, meaning I might be able to straight up delete the libraries directory now. Oh no, C++, so I really hope when you call something a Did I say loader anywhere? I don't remember saying that. Maybe I sounded like I was saying something else. Loader. I might have said image loader. LOAD. Image floater library. And we're going to remove the libraries subdirectory. And we are going to watch this fail. Watch as it doesn't fail and I have to individually track down every. I'm probably gonna have to build to actually see where stuff is broken. Because there's going to be a lot of missing header files for those header-only libraries. Just have to wait for VC package to finish doing its thing. But we are very, very close to being done with this refactor. Very, very close. Wait, tiny file dialogues is a header only file, isn't it? Why is it building a static library of it? Oh joy, the configure worked. Yep, we're gonna have to manually track all these down. Ah. Can I be the test idiot to try to compile it when it's done? Sure, be my guest. What we're working on right now is the... Come on, GitHub. Why don't you put BraneEngine in my sidebar so I can just instantly jump to it? So right now we're working on the refactor libraries branch. So once I get this working, oh, what did I just click on? Once I get this working, feel free to clone and go wild. My bindings aren't working. Oh, there we go, they're back. They are straight up not working. I want to be able to run stuff. Okay, we're gonna pull it right all, and then we're going to quit out, restart. And then we're going to build the bug. And we are getting lots of errors, which is what we want, because that tells us where the problem is. I got floaters in my brain. The fact that there's space for things to float. There are many concerning things in that statement. So we need to run VC package, get all of the signatures for the things we need to add in. Somewhere in here there's going to be JSON CPP. There it is. That tells us nothing. Provides the package config files. Oh, here's the CMake targets. Never mind, we're good. I guess this is the package config. I just didn't look. So we throw that in there. I don't think we need include a directory anymore. I think include directory, unless I'm mistaken, include directory is something from that libraries folder. So we shouldn't need it at all anymore. Let's check my capitalization. Yes, that is the correct way to do that. Alright, next error. Actually, we want to go back to here. And we want to run configure so we actually get our Linux build files and our error checking works. Because I might need to change this to something like JSON, or nope, exact same includes now work. Let's go. There's a lot of things not being used directly. See how well that's doing. That's doing fine. Okay. On to the next error. Which is more JSON. Okay. Database prepped SQL call. So it would be in, I guess, asset server database. Prepped SQL call means this needs package I feel like I saw OpenSQL low? Nope. Not OpenSQL. SQLite. As you. I feel like this will also be the one that needs the HTTP. Because at some point I did have like a web interface you could log into the asset server from. But that was a while back. OpenSQL, SQLite, same thing, different name. I haven't heard OpenSQL. Oh, there's OpenSSL. That's what I was probably getting confused with. SQLite 3, that's it. Of course, this is going to be unofficial, which is fine. I trust the VC package community. Famous last words. And then we need I forgot. Colon. And then we don't need include directory anymore, and we should remove it so it doesn't try to add that as a library. And I believe that is everything for database. Does this directly include anything? No. So we're good on that. Target link libraries. Server asset types, file manager, ECS, systems, SSL. Oh, this has SSL. So here we want find package, OpenSSL. Though it is a little bit concerning. That this, actually no, it didn't build. Maybe it just didn't get here. Asset server as a server just for assets? Yes, so if you think about BraneEngine as the whole architecture of BraneEngine is similar to if you would think about like a web game, or like an IO game, I guess, where you have like a CDN serving up pages, and that would be the asset server, and that would be different from the server you actually connect to as like an instance. So there'd be like runtime or multiplayer servers. I might rename them to multiplayer servers because runtime server is confusing. But runtime server, asset server, both connect to client. Client gets assets from the asset server, and the runtime server is where they get the locations of other players in the world around them from. What if you just named it world server? I could call it that, but that still would be a little bit confusing. Whereas like asset server is like, yeah, I store assets on the asset server. You can't just call it Brane server because there's multiple different server types in the Brane architecture diagram. Asset types, systems, OpenSSL, graphics. Yes. Oh, I need to check. This should be mostly self-contained. This is self-contained now. Runtime utility, runtime utility. Okay, that's all good. File manager. We need any file dialog. I know what the inks. What is this? A relic of a less civilized era. I wrote all this code, but I have no clue what that is. Maybe it was something like all the global includes or something? That has to be like me not understanding how CMake works and pulling some really weird thing. So I'm going to just delete it for now and hopefully it still builds. So we have utility, Vulkan, and GLFW, which is a package. And this is linking a bunch of Linux libraries. I'm going to assume that GLFW and Vulkan auto-link to these, mostly GLFW automatically links to like X11 and all that. Hopefully. And on the input side of things, this doesn't do anything. Then networking public, ASIO standalone. I don't have to set this since we are, oh, this has the OpenSSL requirement. SSL required link in SSL, open SSL. It also includes, if this one I know this is the networking, so it needs ASIO. Just ASIO, deleting random stuff and hoping it works. The programmer's method. Yup. Then this is fine for now. That is also fine for now. This is also fine for now. This is not fine. This needs JSON CPP. JSON. And just to double check myself real quickly, did OpenSSL need config? No, it didn't. Okay, so I remembered it correctly. Here I needed JSON. And we could check if this does need to be a static library or not, or if it has a toggle for that. Nope, no features, so I guess it will just be linked or not linked or whatever ends up happening. Oh, thank you for the follow. For all of the people that I have missed following me. Wow. I need to set up a, actual overlay. So there's like a bling, and I actually realize that there are things I should say thank you for. So we have the JSON. The external include directories. We don't need to worry about that. It does not exist anymore. And I think, oh, shouldn't this be capitalized? I believe it should be. I might be wrong. I am wrong. Onto the editor. This types have it, but does not. So this needs JSON CPP. I-R-E-D. Why is the indentation on that so jank? Why do I code in VR? For the extra monitors. So right now I'm effectively working with 4 monitors, because I have chat over there, and a main window here, and then my one singular real monitor down here. I just don't have room or the budget for multiple monitors right now, so VR is a very good substitute. Indeed. I see all, I know all. And my eyeballs complain. No, they're mostly fine. Oh look, there's the Atom Head GLTF. I've been looking for that. I have the goggles. Well, see, that's why I don't have the budget for monitors. I bought this for potential use at my last job, and then, like, the resale values of these is not good at all. So I'm like, sell it for 1/3 of what I bought it for, or, yeah. I should have bought a car or a motorcycle instead. I really should have, but we're dealing with it now. I'm coping. Then I think we're all good on this one. Widgets. So this one isn't specifically made to fit your face. It has like 3 different of these little inserts here. Well, not inserts, but face gaskets. What you're thinking of is the Big Screen Beyond, which that is the one where they actually like mold it to your face. And I would much prefer to have a Big Screen Beyond, even though I wouldn't have the same, like, honestly, the Vision Pro is a very nice headset, software-wise. It could be a lot more comfortable. Like, I have this custom, this band here, which makes it a lot more comfortable because it isn't all on my face. Instead, it's this little... they do face measurements, but it's just to, like, recommend you the right sizes to buy, and I have heard that they tend to, like, tell everybody to get the small stuff, and then, like, because I might actually want a slightly larger face gasket, because my nose is kind of very lightly pressing on the bottom of this, so whenever I come out of it, I have, like, this line on the top of my nose. So, personally, I am really scared of myself now that my Christmas bonus came in. I could totally buy a Vision Pro. We all must fight battles within ourselves. Better nose than cheeks. Oh, don't worry. It makes my entire face red. Like, if I, like, you can probably see in the camera, like, I got that mark there. And also, maybe on my nose too. But, yeah. I'm not getting out of this without battle scars. It is one of the least default comfortable headsets I've ever used. And I used a, like, Vive for a really long time. But like the HTC Vive with the deluxe audio strap is a genuinely very comfortable headset. It's just a little heavy, but like the weight is well distributed. Joining the basis load test in 3 hours. I was planning on, I've been heavily considering it. I'm not like 100% certain. We'll see where I am in terms of this stream, but if I'm like at a good stopping point, then yes, I am very much joining the basis load test. I need to make sure, have they already updated the Steam build? Because I can make sure to update now. Oh, there is an update queued, so I will update that now in the background here. But yeah, for everybody else, a different open source platform, well, not platform, framework, very clear about that. Basis, which it's kind of like a, almost like an open source version of VRChat with some improvements, some other lacking in features, of course, because it is still a rather fresh project. But they're having their, second load test today? But yeah, look up, I guess, Basis VR, or I guess I can like throw a link into chats and stuff. Basis VR. Here's their GitHub. Do they have a link to their Discord? They do. So if you hop into their Discord, they can get you the Steam key to download their load test client. So let me hop into the Stream Manager here. So, other open source platform that we are friends with. True hand tracking, or wall pads. The true peak of VR technology is a headset that's actually comfortable to wear. Real. It's like the bare minimum bar is that the headset itself is wearable. And then any final dialogues, any TIG required. Then TFD turns into tiny file dialogues. Tiny file dialogues. And here it is. Networking config graphics asset client, runtime, editor, Windows system file manager, editor, assets, shader compiler. Okay. So no actual libraries. Runtime server is just commented out from the build system entirely right now. And then in here, we don't need to. The fact that I had to buy a different head strap for my VR just not to get a migraine every day is crazy. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. But that's how it kind of is with every headset, isn't it? Like even, actually no, the Index, as old as it is now, is still the most comfortable headset out of the box. And then every other headset, you kind of do have to buy a different head strap. Where is G-Test? G-Test, 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 G-Test. We can't find the G-Test. put it in here, didn't I? Yeah, there it is. Test. Am I blind? I guess we have to... This is one that I didn't actually test. No, there it is. I'm blind. I am actually blind. STB. Huh? Copy from other project. If we go to brain script here, I know that I use VC package here, which means I should be able to copy this code. Do G-test, okay, I still do have to do include Google test. Google. Target link, libraries, private G-test. I did not click. And that should be that for that. Then I set yes, I do have enable testing in it. Okay, so theoretically, just pull a write all. And try to debug build. All right, thank you for sticking around while you could. It is much appreciated. And there, our configuring failed. Asset server links to OpenSSL, but the target was not found. In common assets. Oh. So there's the OpenSSL. Find OpenSSL required. Oh, it's not OpenSSL SSL. It's OpenSSL SSL. I understand it now. Okay, configuring worked now. We'll see if the build, it's not gonna work. Aha, I guessed correctly. Oh, so Robinhood was being used some places. I think I'm gonna remove Robinhood for now just because of, it makes it harder to debug map data types. I'm not clicking. I'm holding something in my hands. Through your headset. I am never clicking this screen. GTX component-wise is an experimental extension. I guess I'm using it a lot. Well, let's start at the first one. Okay, I guess it is all the... Oh, this is component-wise HPP. Compiling source file virtual type. Okay. I believe is in ECS. Yeah, virtual type. BLM GTX component-wise is an experimental. Let's look this up. Operations between components of a type. Let me see if there's features on the GLM package. Nope. I do know that I enable compile definitions specifically for GLM. Yeah, here it is. But none of these are the GLM experimental. I mean, we could just pull the, Google the error. You guys have flowcharts, as in you'll have to be. I'm not quite sure where you're asking if I have flowcharts. Talking about like planning for the engine, not really. I have one semi-flow chart for the workflow or the pipeline of BraneScript and how it gets built, but aside from that, not too much. Well, this is an experimental engine, so we'll just hope this doesn't cause any problems later, because I want this to build. We're going to add in GLM enable experimental. And debug. And we should have a lot less error messages to work with now. We'll still have the Robinhood errors though. And if it's only the Robinhood errors, I'm going to be very happy. Up there's JSON errors. In the file manager. SQLite is to be semi-expected. Let's get rid of all reference to Robinhood. Now I know it's technically faster, but guessing this is the one that includes Robinhood. Huh. What's going on here? Oh, this isn't finding standard function anywhere. Looks like, so we can add in functional. That should help it. Standard function. No member named Dotuski. What's that supposed to mean? If I throw unordered map in here too? Standard function. Okay, so it isn't finding unordered map. Even though I just added it right there. a member named deduce key. So this message also has, oh, and then component, then virtual type. Oh, come on, I added enable experimental. I did do enable experimental though. Right there. Back on my manhunt for Robin Hood though. Standard unrendered map? What is this nonsense? That should clean that up. In namespace standard. Use of undeclared identifier, ASIO. I wonder if, oh. See, it's finding the other ASIO thing, so maybe ASIO HTTP would work? It's failing to find any, I'm guessing it's just stopping at the first header error, include. All right, we're making our way through this. Keep in mind, a lot of this is in the ECS system, which I'm probably going to rip out and replace with a completely different paradigm in the future to better fit the way that scripting is going to work. unordered set. That is interesting. And we're almost done. Like around 6 more references to go. Okay. No more references to Robin Hood in the entire project. Huzzah. So let's try running debug real fast. We're just building. We don't have a run config that is actually put together yet. So a lot of STB image, that's to be expected. That's unexpected, and by unexpected I mean totally expected. File manager. Requires JSON. JSON CPP config required. It is config required. All right. So that's file manager H in file. Okay, so that is still file manager. And then prepped SQL call. that's in the database. Don't mind me as I start singing the Log Horizon theme song. The database. I can't sing right now. I think I need to go a little bit higher. That's why I'm not. But I've descended into mumble. So this is Vim, or NeoVim, running inside of Windows PowerShell. I wonder if this can figure out. No code actions, okay. So if things were working, this would be able to give me hints on where SQLite is coming from, but we can manually find out where we need to import it from. Let's go in here and see where the SQLite is. STB is just, oh, okay. It's a root level thing. So you just do like that, and that'll find it. And I need to fix up my ceiling format files for sure. That'll be a different PR though. Actually, let me add that to the tasks list. I do not care. Throw this under BraneEngine. And speaking of which, I should probably put this to in progress. Alright, on to the next error. Cannot find STB image, so that's in graphics. Which we now know is just STB image. It's also window. Where else? So that's window. Nowhere else, I guess. All right, we run again. something is trying to link to include directory.lib since that CMake target doesn't exist anymore. Can I figure out which target it is? I would have, it might be networking. I might just be able to find string. That's actually a fair number of include directories. Wow. Oh no, it's actually doing like this include directory. Okay, never mind. Less of a problem than I thought it was. Can I have my quick menu? That's not good. Oh. I was doing the wrong keybind. Include dir. Actually going to expand the editor. So we want all of these target link libraries. Can include dirs. We do want that one. Okay. Oh. Not open include file in editor image asset. Imagine if I got all the errors at once instead of one at a time. But no, we had too many errors for it to handle. So it said, nah, I'm out. Kind of open file, JSON CPP static. Okay, so we missed a... Okay, we only missed it in one place, though. This is in testing. I can see maybe needing it, but I feel like utility has a public include for it, so we should be good to just delete that. Oh joy. These look like fun errors. Oh. It's trying to run the tests? It's failing to find tests. That's what's going on. You test discover tests, and then it completely craps out. Oh, so this thing right here. We are already in the correct directory. You test discover tests. I mean, testing isn't important, right? We don't need to worry about that. But it looks like we do have the editor built. And the only problem is running a test executable. Which means theoretically, we might be done with this. And just to be sure, it's not something weird like a cached whatever, let's delete our build directory and then build from scratch. Come on. Can I execute a command? There it is. Oh, there was all my queued commands there. Okay, so now we just wait. And it shouldn't take forever since all of like the big libraries that we depend on are now through VC package, which will be very nice for the contributors that are not me. Let's see, it's burning through all of that without errors, which is very pleasing to watch. Building server asset types. Through the database, build target. It's complaining that it doesn't know what version of Windows it's building for. It's the networking library it's building now. Building the asset server. Because right now I just have it building all targets. Graphics library is built. Client assets types are built. We're building, well, just assets now in general. We're building the editor asset definitions, because the actual like runtime definition of assets and the editor assets are different, and the editor assets are stored as like JSON metadata files. And I need to come up with a slightly more organized system for how assets are handled than they are now, because it's a little bit haphazard. I haven't fully committed to one way of handling them or the other. Right, it's going through. It looks like the Brain Surfer executable got built, so the client is done building. Weird that it would build that before the utility. Oh, that's the utility test. Oh, it finished successfully this time. So it was something iffy in the build folder. I was correct. Haha. So we have that fully built. Now we can just go into BraneEngine build debug source and editor. Of course, multi-target generator, so it threw this in here. That is a lot more DLLs than we had before. Move it, and then we get an error. Yippee! So I wonder if I can... Is LLDB on my path? Alright, who wants to learn how to use LLDB on the command line? I do. So I just need to know how to start the, okay. LLDB, process launch. Wait, does this need to start? That's not doing anything. See, GDB is running. I guess we're using GDB. now. So we'd say file. Oh, that's weird. When I press backspace, it doesn't actually backspace. I'm gonna use the regular command prompt for this, because I feel like that might be Windows terminal nonsense. Or, yeah. Okay, backspace still isn't working. Yep, we're still going. Though, the refactor is theoretically done. What? I can't get out. We're trying to debug it. Okay, I get a system error because Python 3 was not found. All right, I'm pretty sure I have Python 3 installed. Yeah, there's pip 3. --exe. Let's just try directly running it. And let's open a regular command prompt here because I trust it more. LDB BraneEngine exe or Brain Editor. And do we get the same Python error? We do. Yeah, Windows has a package manager now, but only for programs, not for actual development libraries. Otherwise, I would be using winget instead of VC package. And I would be happier. Much happier. I wish I could. I wish I could. Unfortunately, I want people to actually use this. And for people to use it, it needs to be on Windows. Very unfortunate. Me when I want people to use the things that I make. See, I would just use GDB, but for some reason, when I just use GDB, Like, no debugging symbols found in Brain Editor. What do you mean no debugging symbols? It's the debug build. Like, there's the Brain Editor PDB right there. Failed to open JSON file. Huh? Electron SDK? It has to be a GDB error, not an actual, like, BraneEngine error, right? Okay, it's just Q. Alright, is Python done? It is. Maybe LLDB runs now? Nope, it still can't find Python. Guess we're stuck with GDB and the invisible debug. We just do GDB, brain editor. And can also do brain editor PDB. Is not a core dump. What? So if we do add symbol file, I think we want to add symbol file. Edit symbol file, brain edit or PDB. No such file or directory. Okay. Not executable format, file not rec. We run. Target brain edit or. Target X. Executable brain edit or. There we go. Wait, so it is Vulkan. It is the Vulkan is failing to get live studio layers. This is my code, it isn't GDB. GDB show except in location. Hello there. We are currently torturing ourselves by using GDB. It is very fun. Patch through. Indeed. It's mostly because I haven't actually configured Vim to actually debug stuff, so we're just, you know, going at it with GDB. You know, it's something to do with Vulkan. I know that I have a Vulkan error listener somewhere in the project. Vulkan error. You think I'm torturing myself by using Windows? Potentially, partially. I have my entire software stack is a torture method. I'll engineer to force me to learn. So if we go through here, we should eventually get to somewhere in here where we set debug messenger. Somewhere. I know. Recently discovered a new Vim plugin called Oil Vim. And as soon as you see it, you will never use NeoTree ever again. Let's see this. New Vim File Explorer. To edit your file system like a normal NeoVim buffer. Interesting. Huh. That's pretty cool. Surprised he's just not forking Godot, but he's using Vim, so he's obviously a 10x dev, so what do I know? The more 10x you go, the more brain cells you lose, so I don't know which one of us is correct. Oh, here it is. I believe this is the debug callback. Yes, right here. The cursor was on it. So if we look at our... yeah. Vulkan loader get... Geez. TikTok Live Studio. Oh, joy. This is me when I was like, let's try out streaming on TikTok and see how it goes. So there's like the TikTok Studio debug stuff still floating around. Oh, and it's an Electron app too. Oh, joy. So I need to figure out how to catch this error, first of all, so I can properly display errors to users if, for instance, they also made the mistake of installing TikTok Studio and then uninstalling it. Correction. Okay, that's just the installer, not the actual program. I'm getting pings. Who is pinging me? Alright, back to this. Global tried catch on pain. I mean, that could be a solution. I just need to figure out where this is getting thrown from. GDB show source. View source code, view list, or LGDB will print out the source code for the lines around the current line to be executed. And I'm guessing there's also stuff to go up the stack, so let's do no symbol table is loaded. Use the file brain editor PDB. That is no. Pain. I wish LLDB would just work, because I'm sure that would just... Or we could just surrender. Segmentation fault, core dumped. His peak end user experience. Sure. Yes. Probably. Actually, no. Here, let's exit out of this. And we are going to use our own editor, and I'm just going to make a temporary launch for debug, and we're going to say this is in build debug source editor BraneEngine. Or not BraneEngine, it's Brain Editor. We're working on a game engine. So of course there's an editor. Enable define executable for build debug source editor. So this is in build debug source editor. It is in build dot-build debug source. Then it's right there. Brain editor. Maybe if we add the exe on there. Indeed. It is a very deep rabbit hole. It's possible to run a Windows emulator through Wine on Linux, right? I think what you want to look into is, oh, there we go. There's an actual debugger. What you want to look into is something more like, oh, what's the name of the emulator on Linux? It's, starts with an E. Not VirtualBox. Oh, QEMU is what I'm thinking of. Okay, we need to go up the stack chain here. Oh, no? So, I think go to the stack window. What is it, Control U? No, it's... J is up. No, K is up. I was not clicking. There we go. Could not open config file. And there is a standard error. Could not open config.json. Make sure it's in the same directory as this executable. What working direct? Well, what? Config file isn't there. I need to come up with a better way to do errors than this. Hey, look at that, the config.json in the same... Is there a working directory argument here? Raspberry. Nice. Launch JSON set working error. It's the CWD. Now, to be fair, I could actually set this to that, and then have the working directory be in there, and that would actually fix the problems of it not working. Or if the director is being out of sync, at least for now. Where were we? Right, process exited and process... Okay, we got the same Vulkan loader error. So if we go up to the stacks... I don't think I need to actually be in the stack window. So this is Vulkan debug error. So this is still in the debug callback. So it is in this debug callback. Nice. And only the debug build would error out here. We need to ignore this particular error. Do I get error with the callback data? That is not very helpful, autocomplete. And that is the wrong file. So we're going to look this up. I am not clicking headset. I'll look up what's in here. Streaming right now? Yeah. Structure type, the next one, flags, ID, name, message ID number. Can I get the number of the triggering message? Identifies this particular message ID that is associated with the provided message. Then the string may contain a portion of the Vulkan specification which is believed to have been validated. Okay. Message ID. Theoretically, it is working right now. It's just we're catching that error. It's an Electron app. Alright, I don't want to mess with my registry because I don't want other people to have to mess with their registry if they get the same error. VK instance settings. Message severity. Where am I getting message severity? Okay, that's just the severity flags. There was an information flags, so I guess I could check to see if this is not the same one. It's this one. It's queue labels. Pointer to the current queue at the time the callback was triggered. Interesting, so we could get where the error is coming from. That's useful for later. Write a registry file, put inside a command script, and ship it. No. buff labels, command buffer, Q and command buffer. So that just gives us the message ID number. I wonder if I have a chart for these message ID numbers so I can do here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna add in out the I'm gonna restart my oh, I know what's going on. I haven't regenerated the thing to actually have debug information for the LSP to work with, because I need to rewrite my task JSON to use NMake instead of Visual Studio stuff, so I can just generate that information when I do regular builds instead of having to manually do a command to give myself debug information. We still don't have it. Yeah, we have it now. Which means I should have an LSP that is working again. Means I might be able to actually navigate to this? No. We have to consult the documentation because we're not using a mainstream development environment. I'm gonna grab the message ID name since it sounds like dealing with a null terminated UTF string is the only way to determine what error message actually is. So we're going to throw that in there. Then we're going to... Will that rebuild it, though? It will. Fix this layout just a little bit. Loader message. That is very useful. Maybe I just won't have it immediately crash out if we get any Vulkan errors, because I don't necessarily need to force myself to fix every single one. So I'm gonna just comment this out for now. Especially since it isn't, this is inside a debug flag, so like this wouldn't even run on a release build. And run it. Oh, did you just open 2? So I do have a non-responsive. There it is. There's the BraneEngine. Oh, wow. Is that showing up on the recording? It is. Look at that. The port has been called. Oh, joy. Here, let me make sure that we're not, like, memory leaking into the sky and are going to crash. Okay, it looks like we're good. So, completely ignoring that for now, let's, so it's in this assert here. Indeed. Set up I am GUI. Oh, this is when we initialize I am GUI. What does our terminal look like? Failed to get JSON, that's expected, and then it closed? Oh, yeah, it's gone now. Created Vulkan instance, assertion failed, info render pass is null pointer. Ah, I see. The past version of this, I was passing a render pass into it. Do I still have... Okay, I don't have BraneEngine, but I have BraneScript. Let's look at the version that's currently live, because I know I passed a render pass directly into that function. So this would be source, common, graphics, and then this would be, wait, no, this would be an UI. Yeah, this is GUI. GUI info Vulkan. So we want render pass and throw that into the init info like so. And that was what I was missing there. So now if we run, theoretically our UI will now initialize. It's possible. Okay, it just opened. It's loading. So it's still not happy with us, possibly because assertion failed. I'm GUI child flags supported mask illegal. GUI child flag value. Did you pass I am GUI window flags values instead of I am GUI child flags? Okay, let's figure out where this is. So we might have also upgraded our I am GUI version a fair bit by doing this refactor. And that's why we're getting these. We begin child. Yep. So we are passing a window flag into a child flag. What does it want? Window flags instead of I'm GUI child flags. So we want an always vertical scroll bar. Always vertical scroll bar. I'm like losing the ability to speak here. Oh, it's been heavy for a while. I guess we'll just not pass any flags in. This is like our recent projects window, so hopefully that doesn't break it. So it's loading. We created a Vulkan instance, and there's the BraneEngine. Look at that. So let's create a test approach. And look at that, it is working. So that would basically be refactor complete, wouldn't it? Except I know exactly how to make this crash right now. Should be create new shader, test frag, create, because I haven't actually implemented a way to I didn't mean to open that. JetBrains is now going to scream at me about not having a license. So we go back here and there it is. Yep, there it is. To actually implement this after build refactor. I need to come up. Ooh, what I need to write is a better assertion library that can actually do like pop-up assertions, or find a better assertion library. So instead of these asserts, I could do like a I could even make it a macro so it shows like the code line that we actually hit that was the assertion. That would be good. That would be very good. But yeah, look at that. The editor is working. Do you guys have flowcharts? I think I gave kind of a non-answer of I'm not quite sure what you're asking when you say, do you guys have flowcharts? Do you mean about like the pipelines of how the engine works, or do you mean like a node scripting system? I'm just not quite sure exactly what you're asking about. Do you ever get fluid at the implementation side of UI, or does it eternally remain tedious? You mean fluent? I mean, it really depends on what framework you're using for UI, because UI can become easier or harder. I personally like IM GUI. But like if I'm using web tech, like actually I can't get into the flow state. No matter how hard something is, I can hit the flow state. But mostly the flow state of debugging it. Oh, just like, oh, I need XYZ, let me add it. I haven't never really had that experience yet that I can remember. I meant to ask about the code itself, as flowcharts tend to help me understand code better. Not at the moment. I probably will produce something like that for a video at some point. Potentially, but not at this time. And is asking from... And we're going to escape sequence. What would actually be easier is to do like ticks there. We'll do ticks. Now I don't have to escape. Requesting source. Ah. And that's all the information we have to go off of. I mean, we also have the include. Oh, what's the shader C include type mean? Ooh, this is interesting. Standard or relative? So relative is that one. Standard. Oh. So I can mess around with that. I'm not going to at the moment. I have the door locked. See, I can get into a debugging flow state when I fully understand the system, not so much when it's too complex to understand all at once. Been working on rollback networking lately, and oh yeah, I can see how that would be. Rollback networking is okay, if I'm honest with myself, I am looking forward to implementing it for this project, but I'm not normal. So yeah, we just run this. All right, let's see what is messages. All right, let's close that. There we go. Being isolated first. Tried to directly integrate it with our project, and every time we come to a realization about how this structure needs to change and everything breaks all over again. So I have implemented non-rollback networking systems in other projects a good number of times. So I'm fairly confident I'll be able to figure something out for this. All right, let's see if this is it trying to. It might be trying to read the. I'm hoping that this is the shader compiler. Yes, it is the shader compiler running when we open the project. All right. frag.io GLSL and is asking from frag.io. Huh? What? We had non-network rollbacking, and it is a different beast. Non-rollback. Yeah. So why is this shader? Oh wait, did I? I may be stupid. But eventually, I deleted the section of code where I set the default debugger, didn't I? Let's dig that up. So this would be editor, graphics, shader compiler, pushback, current path, default assets, shaders. So I'm going to throw that into shader includer. And then yeah. We'll just say search directories. And I do want this to follow my naming convention. And there we go. Definition of implicitly declared default constructor. I didn't declare it. Or maybe I forgot to save the file. And now what we can do is do an unsafe. Well, I mean, it's the editor, so we don't have to be too concerned about the safety of shader include directories. So we'll just do for auto dir in search dirs. I think it's file system file exists. File status or path. I guess first we'll check if it's a local file. So we'll do if file system exists, and then requesting source like that, and that looks like it's valid. Actually, I do wonder if we get the full path to the requesting source. We have the request path, which would be to create a path from the requesting source, and then we grab the parent path, I believe, and that'll give us the file path without the parent path. Yeah, that gives us this section of the file path without the file attached to it. So if file system exists, request path, and then the requested source, then that means that it's a local file that we can import. And then we need a I have utilities in this project for reading files. Where are they? My brain shorted out for a second. We're looking for file manager, not file manager. Actually, is it file manager? Yeah, I have the static read file. So I can do file manager read or yeah, it is read file. I wasn't clicking. Just do read file, char at source like that. And it takes in a vector. There's our file, and does this return like a bool? If it's yes. Let's do if. Actually, we can combine this into one. Like so. Because I just do, yeah, it just tries. And then might fail. Oops, blowing up my phone. Calendar events. But not important ones. Alright, so if we now have the file, we now need to allocate a include result and then content is going to be equal to file data and result content length. It's going to be size? Yes. I'm going to throw this above it because can we just get a vector to release ownership? Doesn't allow you to steal ownership. Okay. That's fine. We'll just do content is equal to new char array of size file dot size and then we're going to mem copy content into content from file data file size what is the it's a char pointer, and this is also a character. Void pointer with a type of constant char. Right, fine. Look at that, it's a void pointer now. So that takes care of that. Now, we also need to add in the source name and source length. The name of the source file should be fully resolved in the sense that it should be the unique name in the context of the includer. For example, if the includer maps the source file names to a file system, then this name should be the absolute path of the file. Okay. For a failed inclusion, this string is empty. This text contains the error message. Dang it, so if we fail to include something, I can't just null pointer it, I actually have to give a well-formed response. So we're gonna say result source name is equal to new say local path is equal to this. And it we want a U8 string. Then we also want to do this same mem copy, but instead of content, it's source name and string, and also path string. There we go, and then we copy all of this into the search directories. And instead we do just call it path here. And then path, and just like that, that should be our includer script. Actually, no, I lied. We need to go through the effort of creating an error response. New, this is a requested source. No. Shader C include result. And the reason why I create it out of line like this is because we actually need to like copy error data, because I want the cleanup method to actually, wait a second, I could just source name is equal to length equals 0. I could just make the cleanup function check if the source name length is 0, and if it is, it knows it doesn't need to clean up any of the content. Say content is equal to could not find include, and is probably going to print this directly out to the console, isn't it? Which means that I actually need to write an error message here. Ah. Error message, and the error message is going to be could not find requested. And we'll be nice and put the file that's requesting it in there too. And requesting source. Requested and requesting. Then content is new char of error message. Size. Content length is equal to the error. I went into Rust formatting mode. I don't actually like underscore. Well, in C++ I don't do underscores. Don't necessarily have like a super strong preference on that. Snake case is clean though. Alright, and now we have to clean it up. So we need to do if error, if data source name length is greater than 0, we want to delete data source name. And then we just want to blanketly delete data content, because that is always unique and dynamically allocated. And I believe that's all of our unsafe allocations that we do. And that actually should be fully functional. So let's give it a try. All right, it is booting up. And there we go. Let's see if it errors out. Nope. Look at that. We have a shader. Frag. Source test frag. And yeah, it doesn't have any inputs for us, so we're not seeing anything in that inspector. Actually, I should test that if I can remember how to even. The show in file browser isn't working. So we need to manually navigate to see BraneEngine projects. Where did I put this? Where's my project? Ah, here it is. It's on the H drive. We want to open up this fragment shader. Now this should be finding a material property for this color. Oh no, wait. Should it? Yeah, it should be finding a material. I need a mesh to test this out on. So let's do that. Plus, I need some fresh images of the engine because the ones that I have of the engine are super old. Can I just drag these in and they'll get copied? I have not made that implemented. So instead, we'll just throw that in there. I know that this should work. And then here's our atom head assembly. And if we set these materials, oh, that was some lag. I haven't created a material, so we need a, oh right, that's right, because it's not the shaders, it's the materials. I am forgetting how much. It has actually been a hot minute since I've set up a project in the editor. I will admit that. So I'm like rediscovering how it works. All right, so we have our test material here. If we open that up, we have we want that vertex, that fragment, and now the material vertex should be good to go. That should be showing us properties again. Interesting that it's not. Oh! Well, that would be why. Could not compile a shader, include for header name. So our includer is not working. Could not compile shader, error, include for header name. Unable to fetch dependency of /4f, could not build /4e from testvert. Oh no. So yes, very broken, very broken. So on this Vim editor, and we want to not find string. Let's find file shader compiler. And let's drop a breakpoint like here. Oh, nope. Debug B. There we go. Now there's a breakpoint. Now let's see if we can get it to trigger compiling again, which might have been as easy as clicking back into it. Because this is not responding. Means, yep, we're on this breakpoint right here. And I don't have these memorized yet. But let's actually look at the local variables. So let's try doing requested source. Requesting source. Requesting short source is a shader. Oh. That's interesting. So the requesting source is a shader line. Good depth. Can I get any more information about the requesting source? Because this is not enough information to go off of. Wait a second. This is why I needed to put the local file into the include directories. So I don't actually need to worry about the local file path. We can just delete that. And then we can just go only off of the requested source. So I'm actually going to restart and work with that in mind. That's why. It's because we actually don't get any information about where the source is from. But we still need the source name, which is a full path. So I'm guessing it appends that on the back end. When it's asking for other includes. There we go, I think. Nope, this is completely paused. That is also completely paused. There we go. Let's see, focus. Ooh, that's cool. But this is obviously paused. There it is. So this shouldn't find it. Actually, it should find it in the first search directory. It didn't. Let's see what's in search directories. Size 0. So search directories doesn't have anything in it, which shouldn't be possible. Because we literally push back here, as well as yeah. Should be 2. Couldn't look up symbols. The search directories is empty for some reason. I don't entirely trust the watches window, so I'm gonna print this, and then and that should be enough information to go off of for now. Actually, since this is printing those out as raw variables, Okay. We'll see how long this takes. Go. So that will give it better info, and I'm actually going to restart. So make debug build failed. Never mind, it did not fail. It's starting up. I guess I like interrupted something. It's weird. Okay. Whew. So. Oh, it actually found the requested thing. I forgot to return. It's that easy. I just straight up forgot to return. Yep, and now if you look over here into our console, it's not showing anything yet, but if we click back in so it refreshes the database, no? Huh. Should have gotten errors. Let's try putting up the assembly. And then still null. Oh. I need to asyncify all of this. Oh. That's why it's taking so long. So it's running now, theoretically. It's not paused. There's our errors. include. That is a long line of characters. Is this standard mem copy not working in the way that I think it should? So we need to check the U8 string does what we think it is, returns the internal path name in native path name format, converted to the specific string type. Conversion, if any, is performed as follows. Okay, that looks reasonable. So that does what we expect it to. Now, does this expect? No, that's a character. Which means that maybe standard mem copy. Did I put the args in wrong? I thought it was source then destination. No, it's destination and then source. Yeah, that's our destination, and that's our source. I remembered it correctly. But for some reason the format is entirely wrong. Yeah. So if we see out returning result source name is equal to do a string view here of result source name data result, oh, that's a raw pointer, result source name length. My key bindings aren't working anymore. Pain. All right, so the bug build failed. Oh, it's because it's still running. Or it claims to still be running. The basis load test is starting soon. Let's see if we can finish this up fast so we can get to that. Alright, so there's our editor here. And we're going to open up the project and not hit any of our breakpoints. I guess they got reset, which is fine. We can check our console. If we go atom head assembly, materials, throw the test material on there. I guess I don't have the ability to drag them yet. Should have errors now. Or not. Ah. Why is this window there? Okay. There we go. Need at least one file open. Oh joy, I can't escape it. Ah. Okay. Right, so we just open up the test project, and then we attempt to see that. Okay, so this is complaining about something to do with the shader. But was not declared in the pipeline layout. Interesting. Do all of them? Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to exit the editor. We're going to find shader compile here. And then I'm also going to delete our cache here so that it has to recompile the shader at least once. And then we'll run it again. Then when we open the project, it should try to load the shaders. It is asking from the shader line, searching 2 directories, default asset shaders, found this, returning with the source name. Oh, and it worked. Okay. Unexpected. I'm a little bit worried that errors. I'm not expecting it to work, so I'm concerned that it is working, or appears to be working. This shader should have a property on it. That allows us to set the color. Means extract attributes here isn't actually extracting the attributes. And in fact, we can test this theory by looking at the actual test fragment shader. And as you can see, we don't have any This should have like a properties section here where we get all of the information about the shader. It's like we can see here that it properly compiled it multiple times, and then just straight up didn't get properties. Let's extract attributes. So we're going to delete the cache again. Click into here. Try to open that. Open that. And then that should pause us. Yep. And then this get shader resources needs to have uniform buffers in it. Buffer capacity 8. But does that mean we actually have buffers in it? Buffer size 1. So it is finding one uniform buffer in here. String summary parsing error. It's all right. Type ID 86. Type ID 7. Which means if we step over here, we did find a uniform buffer. Let's see what the name is. Strings parsing error. Render info. There we go. So the name of this is render info. So breakpoint there. Continue to that point and go here to here. This. Instance info. Okay. Actually, that's a good question. Is storage buffers. Why do it take so long to do anything? So there is only one. It could be that render info. Has me wondering why. Yeah, this straight up doesn't have the attributes. Okay. After this we get attributes. So let's shift out of here. And then see what actually came out of this. Actually taking a really long time. I need to check my code for oh, there we go. I wonder if it's like refetching all of those variables every single time or something weird like that. Can I delete these? Okay. So we're able to like that, and now we can no uniforms, no buffers, and no samplers. Even though we know for a fact that that did find at least one uniform. That's suspicious. Because, like, this was finding stuff, right? And let's try running with that. And before we open it, we will delete the cache. Okay, it's still running. That would be... we'll try. We'll just try again. I bugged it out. Make build debug it failed. Okay. So it's still running somewhere. The LLDB something or other. Otherwise it'd be B, but it's not. Oh. I don't know. I don't see it. Apparently something's keeping a hold on the executable. Can I selectively remove only that one? I can. Yep. Okay, so found UB render info, position normal. So it found them. Then if I go to the shader file, it's not in there. Extract attributes is what I called it. Extract attributes. And then this is inside of build asset. This is when we build the asset from the JSON. Since I'm interested in this extract attributes. Wait a second. Would it be as easy as just refreshing it? We go and delete the cache. This should have recreated files for those. But did I just get it to crash? Probably did. All of this requires a lot of refactoring. exception. Just exit out for now. Run. Bug. And now we'll see if it remakes the shader file. Will it remake it correctly? Doesn't look like it's remaking the shader file. What's that? Do I do something weird like... Please tell me I don't. Come on, past me, don't disappoint me. Okay. So we only have assembly definitions. To deal with. So why isn't this recreating those files? I am building a game engine, though at the moment I'm trying to figure out why it's not regenerating some assets when it very much should. And I'm realizing I'm going to have to completely refactor how I handle assets because it is not robust enough. Okay. Now, when we open this, you would see stuff in the console. It is extracting shader attributes and all of that fun stuff. And it did save r.shader file. So now our material might crash the project. Yup. So, note to self, need handling for deleted assets in the project. So let's see if we can continue or if it just crashes. It just crashes. Okay. I think I can actually just delete those, maybe? When do I expect to have this installer hopefully done by? I would say, pessimistically, end of next week. optimistically sometime in halfway through. Well, I guess it would be this week because it's Sunday today. So by the end of the week. Dude. So now if I open up this material, and actually we want a vertex shader in there. Aha! Look at that! We have a color. And now if we open up the head assembly, go and import the test material, it will freeze because I haven't multi-threaded any of this. Just wondering, are the engine and the editor separate programs? That is actually a very good question. In a sense, yes, and in another sense, no. So there's a number of common libraries that make up the engine, and those would be the engine is like the core rendering, scripting, asset management, communication protocols, all of that. And then the editor is like a GUI interface on top of that. And then the client is also built on top of the engine. So it's like a collection of libraries rather than a separate program. And I do believe this is stalled out. Yep. So what caused the error? The asset equality operator. So the client and the editor are different things, but they're built on top of the same engine. Yes. They work into the same cohesive whole. Different cogs in the same machine, all of that. So I'm going to delete the head assembly because that's causing us problems. And then delete the things that break the engine until we get an engine that works. You can see it's a bit of like a glass cannon right now. I have so many gripes with this code base right now. Like, come on, 3 years ago me, why couldn't you have coded this to not crash if I do anything unexpected? I remember it being more stable than this. Alright, let's open up this assembly. And let's see about this material, because I don't think I don't think that I... Is this paused? Okay, it's not paused. Good. It's just slow. So I didn't save this, so let's set that up and save it. Actually, let's set the color to like red. Actually, no, let's set it to a nice turquoise green. And then we open up the assembly. And nothing. Oh! We have thing. Okay, it's right click to rotate. Okay. Forgetting how my own engine works, because it has been so long since I've interacted with it. So let's set the rest of these up. And there we go. So I can now confirm that the engine is, with all the dependency changes, is working. So will the world creation occur outside of VR for the most part? Yes. So I see people using this 2D editor for the most part for the act of world creation. And if I do make VR editor support, that will be in a future thing. It's a problem for future me, is getting all this working in VR, and that will probably be a VR extension to the editor itself, or something where the editor is actively talking to the client and doing tons of like live reload stuff. But yeah. So just for fun, let's create a new entity and add a point light component. We'll make this a red light. And then give that a little bit of strength. Move it out of here. You can see this model is very teal. So yeah, look at that. It's working. After a couple days, 2 days? Yeah, this was about 2 days of work. Getting it fully refactored to the point where we can do that. All right. This is now my test project that we boot up and see if it builds. And with that, let me just scroll through here and I can hear children screaming distantly. They're my siblings. I'm not going insane. Okay, so that's not an insane amount of files, so I don't think we accidentally committed anything. Build file. The build folder is... Yeah, the build folder is not showing up here, so I'm not worried about the git ignore. Cool. The factored engine to use VC package for dependencies. And it's also means that I'm going to have to rework the GitHub pipeline as well. Real fast. All right, basis load test got pushed back an hour because it blew up. So we can still make it to that. All right, let's see about these GitHub workflows. Ah, behold the absolute lack of caching. So I'm going to directly yoink from BraneScript, which I recently refactored its GitHub pipeline stuff. Sorry, workflows. To use caching and VC package and all that. So I'm gonna yoink that bit of code there. And then we don't need to install dependencies anymore. We might need to install Vulkan dev. I think we need to install Vulkan. And aside from Vulkan, I don't think we need anything else. I should probably check. Actually, I can't. I don't have a fresh install. And then we don't need to do submodules at all. No more submodules in the project whatsoever. And then when we build a CMake, we just need to yoink, or configure CMake, we need to yoink this toolchain file. And I'll throw that right here. And then we don't need a toolchain file for builds. So I think that completes our and that completes it. So I'm going to yes. I'm going to say fix update workflow to cache and there we go. That is all I had planned for. Well, we could move on to actually doing CMake install and installer stuff, you know, the actual titles of these streams. Or I have been streaming for 5 hours and 30 minutes. I could go eat something. And I think that's what I'm going to do. So thank you to those of you who stuck around. It was very fun. But I am going to go eat something. So